Alright, we are back. Welcome back for part 3, the final section of this live stream. Where's my mouse gone? There. Sorry, just rearranging everything. Indeed, we are still live. Let's go. I believe that's how you say your name. Yep, we're running down in P26 now. As you can see, unfortunately, multiple laps behind the other cars. Okay, there we go. Tweets are sent. Stuff is sent on the Discord, to which you are not you're not part of the Discord community. Check the link in the description down below and come join us, because if you want to take part in future iRacing special events with the Yorksports Racing team, then that will be the best place to hear about the news first. Hey, yes, Tubby. Doing alright, thanks. Not too bad. How about yourself? What was that? Don't need that anymore. Oh. Nice, lovely cup of tea. Good to hear. You don't do iRacing, do you, Asturbo? Or do you? Back to full screen. This just looks like a regular routine stop. Yep, I'm gonna say no. Oh, that's gonna be very light. Not really worth reporting to Woody. I'm guessing the car feels and drives okay.
Yeah, it's just the driver is shit.
He's not that shit. Don't worry about it, mate.
Driver's better than me.
Seriously, you have to be some fucking moron to be changing the voice channel settings on your black box, going through that fast left-hander after full plats that is from 6th gear to 2nd gear. You gotta be some fucking moron to be doing it there.
Good morning, Matt.
One of them. I really want to ask a question. Then why were you?
Because I'm a fucking idiot.
You know, it is what it is. You live and you learn.
Have either of you finished this race before?
I've done it a couple of times. I can't remember whether I have finished it or not.
Car number
so.
18, P22 is towing.
Again?
Again.
They were in the pits just a lap ago. Oh yeah, they got they had suspension damage. It was just that one tap. Saw it briefly.
And yes, Devon, I have finished this race before, but in more favourable circumstances and position.
It was on the exit here. Nope, not on the exit there. Where was it then? I saw a tap.
Also, car number 40, that IRL Nürburgring driver team, they're towing again.
Ah, there.
When I say again, they had a bit of an accident a couple of k's from where I am.
Checking their incident now. Oh dear, that's a big one. That's an engine. Bloody hell. This team here started P50. They're in the lead, one lap ahead. .811 is their fastest lap. They're looking a bit battered and bruised. I call it, don't look too bad. It was. That looks pretty good from the front. Theirs doesn't. That is probably the most straight-looking car that I've seen so far. The rear obviously isn't, but that's not too bad. But the front's pretty good. Oh, what do you know? What just happened?
Thank you, iRacing.
You've got some damage. Let's get that fixed.
Oh, nose heavy.
That's the toe.
Have you actually towed? Because you could probably drive it to the back. Oh, you have.
No. 9 degrees steered. I'm not fucking doing it.
Okay, fair enough.
Never lost it in that fucking corner, and then go and fucking lose it there.
Yeah, you got on the brakes a little bit late. The Alveol, how's it going? Oh, damn, that's really unfortunate.
Nine and a half minutes of optionals. Bye bye, pre 26. Sorry, there's 9.5 minutes total.
How many minutes till?
9.5.
Okay. Better for a whole load of clips. Just go through all the stuff that Geodesic have been posting on the Discord.
So the fun question is, what do we do now in terms of stints wise? Because all my confidence is just going out the fucking window.
Do you want me to take over? I mean, I'm not the best, but I'm happy to.
Mate, you're fucking better than I am. I've already just fucking given us almost an hour of repairs alone. So, if you want to do a stint, go for a stint. I don't give a shit anymore.
Yeah, I'll take a stint.
Trillion. Yeah, go have a 5-minute break. Let yourself calm down. Try not to beat yourself up over it. No amount of screaming, shouting, and crying is gonna change anything. But dust yourself off and go again.
The lead is fitting now.
What the hell is that? What the fuck? Uh... Not normal at all. Okay. Hopefully, you guys get back out very, very soon. Oh, by the way, does anyone see this? You guys can't hear that, can you? Uh, Still hear it. Now you can hear it. Bring back old GT1s. It all sounds so. Also. How much longer on the repair, Devon?
Minute 15. Alright, Devon's back out on track. Sorry. Didn't mean to be playing that. I wanted to play the music. Alright, so where are we now? Still P26? Yeah. I thought we might end up coming out behind Terra there. Still a minute and 11 seconds ahead.
little bit of blinking there by Devon, but connection doesn't seem to be too bad. Main thing. But the fan is starting to get a little bit warm here in the second bedroom. Then again, I am sat in a hoodie as well. I had an incident. I thought he was only a minute and 11 behind. He has had it. Hey Martin. I did sleep well, thank you. Oh, and it... Such a difficult place to try and turn around. Front and rear. Rear again. So, yeah, don't just run. Yeah, it's really unfortunate place to spin. It is so tight, and yeah, you need to go back and forth a bit to get yourself back out. Yeah, Martin, all my driving stints are done. Did them all yesterday. 6 of them were started, did the first hour, then Byron got in the car. He did about 1.5 of his stints and had an unfortunate incident. And then because 2 of our drivers, Byron and Devon, who's in the car now, are in South Africa, obviously they have to deal with the load shedding. We kind of have to work our stint times in and around that. Meant that what was a planned triple stint, bearing in mind that the stint is usually about an hour long, ended up being 5 stints rather than 4. Because power didn't come back on for Devon or Byron till an hour later than they had originally expected and was originally planned. But we made it through. And then we were into the night, and this circuit is very, very tricky at night time. You can only really see about 200 meters up in front of you, and not really much further. And even then, the visibility and within that 200 meters is quite limited, especially to the sides of the car. That's where it's really bad. And yeah, we had a little bit of trouble. But still, pressing on. Just over 4 hours remaining, and we're hoping to see the checkered flag at the end. Hopefully we can hold on to this 26th position that we're currently in. As you can see, 3 laps down on the car in front. 3-4 laps. Oh, 2 cars in front actually. Yeah, 3 laps. B25. So, unless they have some serious trouble, I don't think we're going to be making any more positions. Oh, we will be making a position though. Number 40 cars retired. Exactly, Martin. Out there be you as a team, and it is exactly that. It's kind of go out there with no expectations really, and just see what we can do, learn from it, see what improvements we can make for the future races in terms of process of people signing up. Main one being giving people more time, as I only really sorted the sign-ups about a week and a half before the race, and usually
You knocked your wheels out of alignment.
with other teams. With other teams, we have 2 weeks. Devin, is the car okay?
Yeah, confidence issue.
Okay, that's fine. I just heard that the wheels been knocked out of alignment, but I didn't see any incident or anything at all.
No, I didn't knock into anything yet. So, yeah.
Okay, just keep it that way. Don't ignore it. It's probably just an iRacing bug.
I notice it a lot when you log into for the first time after you got out, and it gives you that error.
I've been in the sim the entire time. I haven't logged in or out.
So when I come back, after my power's been off, then it gives me the error. Wheels have been locked out of alignment.
Yeah. Okay. Might have just been something catching up then. Yeah, as I was saying, it's effectively giving more time for people to sign up. So it was only a week and a half, and the amount of practice that we were able to get in was limited. Obviously, with the South Africans having to do load shedding at various different points, the amount of time that they have available to practice is very limited in and around real world, real life commitments and stuff that they've got going on in their lives. So yeah, next time it'll be giving the guys and girls some more time to practice, get up to speed, help them learn the track and all that sort of stuff. And there's just a few things to work on. Deary me. And indeed, yet. It is a very much a Nurburgring thing. The circuit likes to claim victims at various different points throughout the track. Hey, Dor. It's going alright, thanks. Down in P26, holding on to the position fairly nicely. It seems that P27 has just had some troubles, so they're going to be dropping off the back of us. It's quite nice. Kind of helps secure the position a little bit, but yeah, it's been a tricky 20 hours, it seems. I think Woody's being a little bit down about his performance. I think he was hoping to do better. He did do some good laps earlier. I think he did mate 11s. Yep, did indeed. Yeah, so he had some good pace in the night coming into in towards dawn. But yeah, he's had a couple of mistakes, which is upset him, and he's a little bit disappointed in himself. But I'm sure he'll bounce back. Excuse me. Yep, exactly, Dor. Very tough circuit. Me. Well, for Woody, he's over in Australia, so I mean, it's coming into the evening for him. He's got a couple more stints to do. I think they probably just need a little bit of time away to kind of decompress and reset, and then he'll be back in the car. He'll probably go from taking over Devon in about 50-55 minutes time. Actually a little bit less than that, probably more 40 odd minutes time, and going to the checkered flag. At the moment he's done two stints. So he's a little bit down on driver time. I think he'll be fine for... Yeah. So if we're fine for the fair share. Just, excuse me for all the yawning. Just for the in the interest of our own fairness, we tried to keep the driver time as fairly even as we possibly could. To fulfill that, he needs to do the last 2 hours. Alright. Who is in the pit lane? Number 18 car. They're in the pits again. And this does not look scheduled. Looks like yet more damage. Yeah. It's amazing how quickly the cars go in reverse. There it was. Oh dear. Oh dear. Yeah, that's a big hit. Nicely go back up. Yeah, too much speed in on the wrong line, and then you're basically a passenger at that point. Sounds like he's full throttle all the way through here, and then realizes what's happening and gets on the brakes, which, yeah, just pushes him out wide. They're a few laps ahead of us. Alright, Woody, will do. And yeah, your pace is good. You just need to not worry about the mistakes that you've made and just try and do your best to keep you focused. Just keep plodding along. Bongo, can you go to sleep whenever you want? This is a sport you could get into. You could definitely get into it. As for sleeping whenever you want, yeah. Yes, no. I mean, with these endurance races, it all really depends on the team and where your drivers are located around the world, and what your personal preferences are in terms of your availability for doing stints and how much sleep you theoretically need. So sometimes if you've got a good split between, say, Europeans and Australians or American drivers, say if you've got a team of 4 and you've got 2 Europeans, 2 Americans or Australians, you can get some good sleep, because the 2 Europeans can swap back and forth during their real life day and evening stints, and then once it gets to the night, the Americans can then take over and the Europeans can go off to sleep, and once the Europeans wake up, Americans go off to sleep. So yeah, you get some decent hours, a good 6 to 8 hours, which is pretty good for these sort of events. And then if you're all in very similar time zones, so say you've got 4 Europeans or 4 Americans, then things do become a little bit more tricky, because generally the way it will work is you cycle through the list of drivers, or the order of drivers, and what's generally best to do in these sort of team events is when you're doing a double stint, you come in and you're there ready to go in the rig a stint before you're due in the car. So say a stint is an hour long, you might be there ready to go an hour before your stint is due to start, and then once your stint is finished, you hang around for an hour until the next driver who is due to come in comes online an hour before their stint. So generally, what that's meant to do is, whilst you've got one driver in the car, you've always got at least one person there as support or backup, just in case the driver in the car has a hardware failure or they have a random disconnect or something like that. There's a driver there ready to go. They can get straight in the car and get back out on track, and minimize any sort of time loss through that. And obviously when you're doing that with all drivers all in the same time zone, when it comes to the night stints, and you're just going through the order of the drivers, so you go driver 1, driver 2, driver 3, driver 4, driver 1, driver 2, driver 3, driver 4, so on and so forth. You generally only get up to about 4 hours of sleep in one go, if you're lucky. Obviously, with all this going on as well, it's not easy to get that full 4 hours of sleep, because you do your stint, you get out of the car, you're full of adrenaline, and then sometimes it doesn't necessarily wear off, and then you're always thinking about your teammates and how they're doing and making sure that they're okay. Therefore,
So about 3.9 laps of fuel left.
Copy that. Are you able to do a bit of fuel saving?
I can try.
Just left and coasting a couple of places. Actually, yeah, you might be able to do it. But yeah, obviously with that you don't get as much sleep as you perhaps want. It does make the race a little bit more tricky, but it makes it more of an experience. And obviously all your drivers are doing that, so it's not like someone loses out. Okay, you play on Xbox. Logitech G923. Organised races aren't really an option for me. ACC public lobbies are as professional as we get. That's fair. I mean, I guess it's something to work towards if you really wanted to. This is very much a PC sort of related thing. So I think you can do driver swaps and stuff on consoles, I believe, on ACC. It's just it's a little bit more difficult to. Well, there's not as many events that feature driver swaps and the like. I don't know. Keep an eye out on the ACC official forums and the Reddit for any leagues or communities that kind of do bigger endurance races. Okay. Who knows? Maybe over time you can improve and get to that sort of level. Just trying to get Devon to lift and coast a bit for these next 3 laps, because it's good to try and get to that 7th lap. Otherwise the stint ends up being shorter, and your 1 hour stint very quickly becomes about 51-52 minutes. You start quite quickly losing time to other cars with that. Don't worry about lifting and coasting anymore. I don't think you're going to be able to make the extra lap.
Copy.
Well, not without losing stupid amounts of time. Just over 20 hours, how would you describe the first 20? In my unmistakable style? I'm not sure what sort of style you're referring to there. But yeah. Very good. It's been a learning experience. That's for sure. For all of us. It's been tough for us in a variety of different ways. Started off the race, things were going good. Byron got in the car, his first stint was solid, and then he had an incident which was really unfortunate with the way the car reacted, and kind of really screwed us over. It made Byron's small, pretty minor mistake a whole lot worse than it actually should have been. It was really strange. Basically, the car hit the guardrail. It kind of nosed in first and rotated round to the rear, but then I'm guessing the game detected that the wheel hit the guardrail, which bounced the car in an unrealistic way, which it sometimes does with the rubber in various odd crashes and collisions that you can get here in iRacing, which then flipped the car onto its side, and we couldn't right the car, so we had to tow back, which lost us some time and obviously repairing the damage. Then I went in for what would have been a quadruple stint, which been 4 stints in a row, so 4 hours driving into the night time. That turned out to be 5 hours after South Africans had to do a bit more load shedding than they had anticipated and expected. That was really, really tough. We got through it okay, made up some good ground. We went from P34 back up into about P18, 17 when I handed over the car, and we managed to get a lap back on the leader as well, which was good. So we went from 2 laps down to just a single lap down. But that was a really, really tough stint for me, both physically and mentally. It was the first time doing that sort of length of driving with a direct drive wheel, so I could certainly feel it physically. And mentally it was really, really tough. So I started off in the daytime, and then I went through sunset and into night, and the last, say, hour and a half, it got very, very dark. And when you can only see about 200 meters up in front of you, and then what you can see within those 200 meters is quite limited in terms of visibility. Really had to concentrate and focus, try and keep the car on track, and keep the quick laps going in. Generally everyone was about 2 to 4 seconds off their usual pace running in the daytime going into the night. So that was tricky, but we made it through. And Byron got in the car. He had a good double stint. No. Did Byron go in after me? I think he did. Yes, he did. Yeah, so he had a good double stint. And then Devon got in the car afterwards. And Devon struggled in the night. I'm not sure how much night running he actually did. Or night practice, shall I say. Because he seemed to struggle with the circuit and the limited visibility. I think the nerves got slightly better. Got the better of him slightly. But he managed to make it through and do his double. And then Woody got in the car, had a solid double stint. by the looks of the lap times. And it was kind of alternating between Byron and Evan, I think. We had a few knocks and bangs into the night, coming into the morning hours here in the sim, and then Woody had an unfortunate mistake. But still soldiering on, down in P26. Evan's in for his final single stint now, and then Woody will be in the car until the checkered flag. Okay, they are back on track. Unfortunately, Woody, it is 3 stints for you. You'll be fine, mate. If needs be, I'm happy to take a stint for you to alleviate a little bit of the pressure. Oh, hold out the wall. Good save. Good save, mate.
I had a frame rate drop there. Sorry about that.
That's alright. Kept out of the wall. That's the main thing. Indeed, Robin. Thanks for the comment. And yeah, it's been a tough 20 hours, but it's been a good learning process. A lot of takeaways.
The guy in P19 just got disconnected.
Which car?
I'm not sure the car cost, but I think he was in P19. Tim Diesenhauer or something. He was in P19, I think.
P20. Yeah, disconnected going for the chicane. So that's not live. Saw that incident earlier. But yeah, it's been a big learning experience. A lot to take away. Some stuff to work on for the next time, which is...
How far does it disconnect you back?
It resets you back to the lap that you were on at the beginning of the lap. Which ain't much for him. That would have been about a minute that he's lost getting to that point. about a minute and a half. And then however long it takes for someone to get back into the car after it's towed.
Oh, okay.
So they're going to lose a couple of laps, I think. Saw the windscreen wiper go there. Wipey wipey. Pardon me. Or done any ACC Team Enduro? So I did the previous season, obviously, with the Vanwall guys, but I'm not doing this season. I did have a good think about it, and was considering it with the Vanwall guys, but we never really got around to actually sorting a team. And then by the time that I really started considering it, sign-ups were full. And obviously the first race clashed with the Nurburgring 24 here, so I thought I'd leave it for this season because it was quite a nice calendar. What the first race was that? The Imola, I think. Would have been a good track to do an endurance at. Bathurst would have been really cool. That would have been Kailami. I do want to do an endurance race around Bathurst on ACC. That is quite high on the bucket list. But yeah, not doing it this season, so might do it next though. That's nice. What was the other league that you did it for? I know there are other leagues out there, but AOR is the only one that I really partake in. Apart from LFM. Obviously I do the odd LFM here and there, but need to do more. I've got a stack of videos that I need to work on. So I'm hoping to do a load of those this week. Okay, EOS, Italian League mostly. Nice. But yeah, we got some videos to come. Got to do some Moza videos. Got the ES Formula Wheel Rim mod on the steering wheel right now, which I need to do a review for. Got a nice, lovely big handbrake here. Probably can't see it on the actual camera. Turn that down. There you can see the top of it. Come on. Yeah, you can just about see the top of it there. So I've got to do a review on that. And then also... Good? Yep, that's good. Also got to do a review for this wheel rim as well, which is a fully circular 12-inch, which is bigger than the standard ES wheel rim. That's the standard one. If we go and put the other one behind it, should hopefully the camera doesn't show it off too well.
The lead is fitting now.
But show that it's slightly bigger than the other. So yeah, I need to do some reviews on those. I'm going to do a video on the overall rig because that's been updated a fair bit since I did the first lot of track racer videos, and
he got disconnected again.
Damn.
Yeah, same guy.
Yeah, his
The lead is fitting now.
his teammate is in iRacing, but he doesn't seem to be taking the car, so he might actually be AFK.
Well, that sucks.
Yeah. So yeah, they're losing positions ham over fist. The good thing for him though is his car will probably just be sat in the pit lane, so it won't
The lead is
lose
fitting
much
now.
more other than the time it takes to get back into the server. But yeah, it's a big handbrake. Comes in two positions. You can even have it vertically upright, like I've got it here, or I can have it down horizontal. But I prefer the vertical layout just because it's easier to grab on the position that or the placement that it is on the rig. But it's great for rallying with that wheel rim. So with that, I'll be doing obviously reviews on those, reviews on the overall rig. Got to do the Valencia track guide. That's to come in the near future as well. The in-depth track guide for that, and also I've got myself signed up to the Sim Rally Masters Championship as well. You may have seen Jimmy Broadbent and Jardier do the previous Safari Rally. The next one is in Romania, which is currently active now. It started, I think, earlier on during the week. But it goes through the majority of the month, so I'm going to be live streaming me doing that in the coming weeks, which should be interesting, should be good fun. I've done a little bit of Richard Burns' rally in the last month or so, and I've been quite enjoying it, even though it's a very, very old game, and you can certainly tell the graphics. It's got quite a unique charm to it, let's say, and it is a real good fun challenge. So we're going to be doing that. Should be nice. Hello, Nesco. Hope you're doing well. And yeah, there is a lot of sim racing gear out there now. An awful lot. Romano, arms and shoulders aren't too bad. I can feel it in my left arm and shoulder. That aches a little bit. My right is generally good. And the rest of my body is pretty good as well. I was expecting my knee to ache a little bit this morning because it was starting to last night, but yeah, body's in a fairly good spot at the moment. I'll probably I don't know what I'm going to do later. I'm in an hour in between whether to take a cold bath or not. That's meant to be good with helping with the muscles, and it's something that me and Alice are trying to do a little bit in the last month or so. We've done... Well, Alice has done 2. I've done 1 cold bath, but I've done multiple cold showers but I'm very conscious of doing it on my own without Alice here because she's going out to see her family for the morning. I'm not so sure about taking a very cold bath completely on my own with no one else there, just in case anything does happen. Sure it won't, but yeah, it's just better to be safe than sorry. Very funny, Woody. But it's funny actually because the left side of my body seems to be more toned and muscular than my right. It's a bit strange. I know bodies aren't fully symmetrical. But yeah, it seems like the muscles on my left side seem to be slightly bigger than my right. So, go figure. NASCAR, the race has been a little bit tricky for us. Few incidents. But we're alright. Ah, fuck. Woody, we need you.
I'm here already.
Ah, okay, good. Thank God. Sorry. Really failed on my part in reminding you, because Devon's in this lap.
Yep. No, I saw that. I was like, I'm gonna get my nachos and my snacks and ready for this 3-stand. You're fired from crew chief.
I've got a question. The spot the button at the top, what does that do?
What it does is that means that whoever presses that button will start spotting, and the in-game spotter is disabled.
Yeah. So you know you
okay.
get the spotter come on saying car left, car right, and then
Box.
like clear.
Yes.
Yeah, basically that disappears, and you're fully reliant on whoever clicks on that button to do that for you.
Oh, okay.
It's not your guys' fault, it's my fault. Should have been paying attention.
10,
I always tell whoever my co-drivers are, or teammates, do not press that button,
2,
because I will kill you,
1.
Yeah.
Right here.
especially when I'm driving.
Now, I have had it disappear on me before. Well, that is.
Fun.
It just like stops working altogether.
He's out, I mean.
Yep, there we go.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good stint.
I was trying to stay with P3 until I nearly put it into the wall. So I will be back.
Alright, see you in a sec. Alright, best of luck with your stint, Woody.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go knock over as hard.
Yeah, just go steady, mate. You'll be all good. I don't think there's much we could do at this point in the race anyway. The cars in front are a few laps ahead.
Yeah, there's nothing we can do.
Yeah. Yeah, it's purely relying on them to have incidents in order to gain places. Although it seems like car number 40 has disconnected and they haven't come back out since.
Is that the team user one?
That's Schnitzelam Racing. It's the
them.
real life guys, yeah. Yeah, Tim is there.
No, I heard you guys talking about it before.
Yep. Yeah, they're still in the pit. Door, our driver swap smooth in iRacing. Yeah, very. It's like the perfect implementation that you could probably have. Like the most simplest. It's literally. Oh, so they towed. Russ. Oh wow. Car number 18, which is the car in front of us, is towed back to the pits again. They've had no, they've had multiple incidents each time they've towed back.
My understanding is currently say they've been there for 17 minutes.
Yep, got pretty big damage. But yeah, the implementation is like it's bang on smooth. So once you kind of got your team registered, all your drivers are in, and everything else like that, you see this nice, lovely wait button here. Once the driver comes into the pit lane and parks in their spot, that wait button turns into a remove driver option, and you got two choices: either anyone outside of the car can hit that button, and it pulls the driver out of the car and into the spectator mode that we're here. Or alternatively, the driver in the car can press and hold the escape button and they get out into spectator mode. Once the car is free, any driver in the team can hit, the button changes to green, saying basically drive. Any driver that's here in the sim, in the team, can hit that drive option. So, and then once you do that, you're literally in the car, you're ready to go. There's no delay, you don't have to wait until the end of the pit stop like you do in ACC. You get control of the car straight away, so you sit there whilst the rest of the pit work is being done. It's very, very simple, very straightforward, and it's very what's the word? Convenient. And the other word for it, where it's completely escaping my mind. It's so close. I think it believes with C, but it's very convenient. Effectively, any driver on the team can get in. So if you've got a stint schedule, it doesn't matter. If like you need to change drivers, the system doesn't need to know what driver's getting in next.
A splash and dash for 4th stint.
Yeah, that's fine. We can just use the autofill function that's there to work it out and calculate it rather than doing it ourselves. It's a bit lazy.
Well, I can also tell you as well, I've got a fuel calculator as an overlay on my screen.
Okay. Yeah, we'll do that when we come to it then.
We'll use both of them to confer, essentially.
Cool. Yes, flexible is certainly the appropriate term as well. It's the only thing that could make it better was if there was like animations of the driver getting in and out, and you possibly being a little bit more involved other than pressing buttons. But comparing it to ACC's driver swap function, it's miles better and more convenient. It's much simpler to use. The driver doesn't have to worry about doing anything on track prior to the pit stop. They literally drive in, park up, and then they either get ripped out of the car or they get themselves out of the car, and then the next driver gets in. The only thing that it can be an issue is if you've got a dickhead on your team, or somehow a troll manages to get in your team and has access to the car. They may get in the car, or basically someone getting in the car out of turn. But generally, because teams are actually closed knit and you select the drivers who are going to be participating in the race prior to actually enter an event during the registration process, the likelihood of that happening is extremely low. And if one of your mates decides to be a dick and gets in the car out of turn, not really a friend, and you probably don't want to be driving with them. So yeah, very good system. I like it. Fred, does the sim simulate brake changes during pit stop? No. iRacing has no brake fade whatsoever. It doesn't simulate it. It has brake heating, but it doesn't do brake fade. So you run 24 hours on the same brakes. There's a lot of things that iRacing doesn't simulate, either at all or correctly.
Basically, the thing we don't want to have happen with fuel is what this happened 9 years ago.
We're not going to make it.
They're not going to make it. They're in the fuel pump, mate. They're in reserve.
Shane, I'm not joking. You're not going to finish if you don't get to maximum. We're talking maximum minus 100.
Such a great sound clip.
I know, right?
Why does the Aussie Supercars series just like provide pure gold? It's like there's so many great moments throughout the years.
It's a unique form of racing.
It is so good. It's so underrated. I do wish it was a lot more popular than it was, but at the same time, the popularity of it becoming more popular could ruin it. Yeah, exactly that door.
Like in P25.
Things we love to see. Yeah, it's very, very good. It's interesting as well. Working on the Project Cars series as a game designer.
Also, I now know what you mean about having 10 to 20 degrees more too much steering input on those last two corners.
Yeah. It's generally everywhere. I kind of learnt it from a toner. I don't think it was so much this year, because obviously they changed the tyres being done at the same time as fuel rather than separately, but I think it was either last year or the year before. The Geo guys basically wanted to at least triple, ideally quad stint tyres. Bearing in mind we were in like LMP2, so it was like 35-40 minutes a stint rather than the full hour that the GT cars do. But even still, that meant you had to be like really minimal with your steering inputs as to not scrub the tyres, whilst trying to also still be quick. So it's basically it's a learning process of trying to steer as little as you possibly can through the corners. And it kind of got drilled into me a little bit there. But yeah, iRacing really doesn't like excessive steering, because then you're just putting more heat through the tyres, and iRacing doesn't like heat on the surface. Ideally wants the cores of the tyres to be warm, and then the surface of the tyres to be fairly cold. Way up, the car behind you is just gone and spun into the wall. That was P19.
Because we know.
So yeah, the cooler the tyres, the more grip you have, and the quicker you go. So
Nice.
it pays dividends to not overdrive or slide the car. But yeah, what was I saying? Yeah, going back to designing Project Cars stuff. Designing the driver swap feature. There's interesting.
Also, car number 18 is out of the pits.
Copy that. They're behind us now, though, aren't they?
58 seconds, roughly, behind.
Yep. See that. Yeah. I was the main person who worked on designing or concepting said feature. I kind of wanted to go as close to the iRacing system as we possibly could. Other designers threw out suggestions there of like stint schedules and telling the game who's getting in the car and stuff next. So very similar to ACC, but did the best to try and fight for keeping it as open and convenient as possible for various different reasons. But there are obviously other limitations within the engine with how the multiplayer code was done and stuff. So one of the interesting things with iRacing is it appears that everyone has a car, or no, sorry. The system generates the cars that are racing on the grid, and then the players go into the cars. The way they had it in Project Cars.
Also, I know it was said before, but I was so fucking proud when I got that 8:11 lap.
You got 2. Some good laps.
Could have got about 3/10 faster, I think.
Yeah. Was that in the night or in the daytime?
That was happy hour sunrise.
Ah, yeah, perfect. I want to know.
Because what actually happened, if you look back at the laps, you'll see a 20-minute lap. That was my first spin, like the kink in the carousel at night. I've just sort of drifted wide, clipped the grass, spun, meatball. 11.5-minute repair after driving it back. Then, obviously at that point, it got a little bit lighter because, as you know, nighttime at the Nurburgring, you can fucking barely see your finger in front of you. Then once the sun came up, the track was about 17 degrees Celsius. It was just quick, mint.
Yes. Generally one of the best times to be driving sunrise and sunset in terms of conditions. Yeah, what was I saying? So yeah, iRacing. It seems like the system generates the cars and then the players get into the cars. So when it comes to driver events where you've got multiple drivers in a team sharing a car, you've got one car but however many drivers, and all the data and everything is stored on the car. The drivers literally just get in and out. So there's a little bit of syncing to be done, but not a huge amount. Whereas in Project Cars, because the code was written for solo driving only, cars were generated for each individual player. So it meant that when it would come to team events, if you had a team of 4 drivers, they'd each have their own car, and then the data from one car would have to be transferred to another. So, say driver 1 did the first stint, came into the pits, everything to do with the car in terms of fuel load, tyre wear, brakes, temperatures, the dirt build-up on the car, damage, would have to be transferred from driver 1's car over to driver 2's car. And obviously, driver's 2 car would initially start off perfect, but then snap or change once the data had been transferred over. And obviously with that there's a big cost and a lot of limitation, because there's a lot of data transfer potentially going on throughout the course of an endurance race.
I've had not a single audio issue this stream, well, since the race.
Don't be saying that. But that's good.
Pretty sure it was the same thing that was causing that massive CPU and lag stuff before.
Could be. Might have just been too much load and then the system couldn't hack it and flipped for a moment. But yeah, that was one of the limitations which made it very, very difficult to actually implement the driver swap stuff, and was deemed too much of a risk to do in order for Project Cars 2
5.13 laps to go on fuel.
Copy that. So yeah, I imagine, judging by the way that ACC handles their driver swaps, they do fairly similar. Because of the way that it works, in the sense that you determine who goes in the car next. You
It's
tell
saying
the
about
system.
260 litres to put in.
Copy that. Car won't fit 260 litres though.
It wouldn't fit 1177 as I asked before. I was like, how's my fuel? You've got 18 minutes left, so you will need 1177 litres of fuel to get to the end.
But we could only fit 103 in the tank.
Just drive a scanning truck around, those things could fit 1,000 litres of diesel.
But yeah, so the way that the ICC system works, where you have to tell the system who is getting in the car next, and the system does not allow the person to actually get into the car until the pit stop is finished. That to me says that they have to do something fairly similar as to what the Project Car system does, where everyone's effectively got their own car, even though there's only really one car that they're trying to share, and data is having to be transferred between the players to make sure that once the driver who gets in the car after a driver swap has all the correct information and data and everything like that. Because telling the system to do it, that can obviously start making sure that data is properly synced, and then the pit stop is done. You've got basically a perfectly fresh car, as it were, in many ways, once the new driver gets in and is released. So yeah, it's interesting kind of looking at different driver swap implementations. Now again, I imagine R Factor is something very, very similar as well, with how limited their system is. So iRacing have smashed it out of the park in terms of their implementation of the driver swaps. The registration process is much better than it was previously. It could maybe be streamlined a little bit, but it's so hard to streamline it. I guess it's just a bit clear, making the steps a bit clearer for registration and making it a little bit less scary, especially for people who are joining after the team has been registered. It's not so bad for the person actually registering the team and registering the drivers. It's more making sure that you, as one of the registered drivers, joins correctly. That process could probably be a little bit smoother and a little bit less anxiety-inducing. But once you're in, it's very good. It's very easy. So yes, there's a little bit of talk and a little bit of insight for game design. Yes.
Would you be able to be Woody's backup?
Yes.
Cool.
Yep, it's not a problem. I mean, I'm sat here in the rig, so yep, I'll be able to jump in at any moment that is needed, if needed.
It's because he's got nothing better to do. Jokes.
Pretty much something along those lines.
Yeah, well, I'm 38 years old and I'm still terrified of my mom, so. Yeah, it goes.
ACC isn't too bad for swaps, it's just needing to have one driver who always joins the server first in case of disconnect is bad. Yeah, that's not great either. But I think that could partially
My
be.
school teachers was South African, and everyone was scared of her. And she got angry at you.
I think that could partially be the
That's because I throw you with a plucky.
limitations of a
What's
similar
plucky in
thing.
English now? Shit. A flip flop.
Where you've effectively got one original source for all the data
We call them thongs.
to be basically shared from and it originate from, and then obviously that gets shared to all the other drivers. But for iRacing, that doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who registers the car, who gets in first. Just once the team is
Did
registered.
we eventually pass the guy that kept disconnecting?
We
Nope.
haven't yet. We're closing up on them now.
Oh, is Woody just putting in the laps here?
Nice. Yeah. It's about two more laps or so, I think, and then we'll pass them. 2 or 3.
What lap number is he on, by the way? This one still there. Off track. Nice.
One 137.
Okay, so we're on 134.
Yeah.
He's car number 40, correct?
Correct, yes. And back to life. But yeah, if you have any other design related questions about games, I might be able to talk about them. Obviously I have to be careful as what I do say, because even though undisclosed Project Cars title has been canned and is not happening, there's still obviously a lot of sensitive information in and around that. I'm still effectively under NDA for, even though I no longer work for EA. But I can make some generalizations, I think, in terms of like industry-wide practices and stuff. Who's the guys in the team? Here are South African there. Need to know if I've raced with him before. Indeed, so there are 2 South Africans. We've got Evan Alice, who's the voice that you have heard. And then we've got Byron Koetzer. He's the other South African. We were due to have a third South African, Romano, but he unfortunately pulled out last minute, wasn't feeling comfortable enough in the car, and didn't want to impede the team or be a risk, so he dropped out, but hopefully he'll be racing again with us in the next Yorksports Racing team event. And the other driver, who is currently in the car at the moment, Dylan Wood, he is an Australian. We got quite a good mix. And then myself, obviously. NASCAR 24. What is your role in game development?
Car number 40 is back out on track. The disconnection team.
Are you sure?
It says so in my standings.
I'm not... Annoyingly, I can't see them on my standings, but when I jump to them in Sim, it shows that they are non-existent. No one's in the car.
Yeah, it just shows him in the pits.
Yep. Yeah, sorry, NASCAR.
Okay, that's fair enough.
So my current position now, so I work for a company called Supernova Game Studios, who are under 505 Games, publisher. For them, I'm a senior games designer. Previously at Slightly Mad Studios, I started off as a junior games designer, and then I got promoted towards the end, or just after Project Cars 3, to a regular games designer role. Games designer
I'll
1.
be on my phone
Okay.
if you guys need me for anything.
Copy that.
Really good luck. I enjoy it.
Thank you.
But yeah, I'm here. No programming. I can't do programming. So, effectively what a games designer does is we design and concept the various different game modes, game features, how they work, write up all the games design documentation for programmers and coders, UI artists, and etc. to follow, and they're the ones who effectively do the actual implementation of our design. And then once it's kind of in, we go through multiple kind of review and like iteration processes, kind of refining features, functionality, stuff like that. And then obviously a bit of testing and making alterations where needed. Find it so incredibly frustrating that in 2023 sim devs still find it so hard to develop better netcode. iRacing, rFactor 2, arguably the two biggest sims for top flight racing. All crap. Yes, it's interesting. So, there are aspects of iRacing that is really, really good. But there are other parts that fall short. Generally,
Yeah,
I'd say...
Calendar 40 is not showing on the iRacing relative.
It's not.
Yeah, so that basically confirms
Yeah.
that they're not driving.
Yeah, they're still in the pits.
The only reason why I said they were back out is because my standings has their pit time is yellow, 32:40, whereas normally it would still say a red. They're in the pits.
Okay.
That's all it is.
Yeah. Annoyingly for me, they don't appear on the standings at all. So, where I've got JRT and previous races I've been doing have been multi-class, I had all the standings and everything set to class position at the beginning of the race. And for whatever reason, all the BMWs are in a GT3 class here in this race, according to JRT, but all the
And all the
Porsches and
Mercs are
AMGs a different class.
Yep.
I've swapped it to overall position now, but it's where I've started the sim and started the race with class position. All that data hasn't been gathered, so there's a whole bunch of positions that I'm missing.
Yeah, I did hear you mention that NEC thing before
Yeah,
earlier in the race.
yeah, it's a bit of a pain, but hey ho, it is what it is. And in a way, it's kind of good because it allows us to see like the majority of cars around us, but then also some cars that are quite a bit further up ahead. So I can see up to P8. But obviously they're like 10 laps ahead of us. But you're lapping quicker than them, which is good, by a good 8 seconds on the previous lap.
What's the R rating of their car and driver?
That I can't see at the moment because I don't have the licenses up.
Don't worry, I'll find it myself eventually.
Don't worry about it. Yeah, ACCs is fairly good. So generally the netcode, or should I say the overall online performance of iRacing is really good. It's the network prediction code that needs a lot of work for a lot of cars, well, a lot of games. Sorry. This might make you laugh, but Project Cars 3 has the best network prediction code that I have ever seen. We made a huge jump.
Like I was like, oh yeah, I can tell. Then I realized that the only thing I can change and control is the iRacing relative, not caps.
Yeah. Yeah, the best network prediction that I've ever seen in any sort of racing game. We did. There might be a video out there somewhere. I don't think it's actually out there for public viewing, but our guy who did the network prediction code for it did a video, and he basically showed the current version, which a lot of people can see and experience in multiple games, where you get quite a bit of lag with high ping cars. So effectively what he did in the demonstration was he had the car that he was driving around in, and then he had like a ghost version of the car, which was a network prediction code, and then at different ping levels you would see the car move and deviate from where the actual car was. And as you go through corners and stuff, obviously it lags to the side and it lags backwards and forwards quite a bit more under braking and under acceleration and things like that. And effectively, for the network prediction code that we actually implemented into Project Cars 3, a car or a player with a ping of 555 milliseconds, basically the network prediction code for it looked like the ping of a sub 100 millisecond ping player on, like, for other games. It was unbelievably good and tight and really well done to the actual position of the car. I'd love for other games to get it, and obviously it's a shame that Project Cars 4 didn't release because, well, you know, the next Project Cars title, because not many people played Project Cars 3 because of what it was, which was a different game, appealing to a slightly different market from the usual fan base and full-on sim races. And obviously we would have had it in the next that really good network prediction in the next Project Cars title. But yeah, I wish it would be good if other games could do similar as well, but alas, they do not have the wizard who.
Oh, yeah, I got a fun
did
question
that.
for you.
Yeah.
Have a guess where I got my first ever iRacing win.
Bathurst.
Nope.
Is it an Aussie track?
Nope.
Nordschleife?
Correct. Back in 2020 in VRS, leading up to that, so 21, leading up to the Nurburgring 24-hour race.
Nice. I don't think I've ever won at Nords. Catching up with the chat. So sad that 8
It's funny, I
seconds
was
faster.
telling you last night about how I'm quicker here than most of the quicker guys in my regular team.
Yeah.
They also did the race. They finished P2 in class. So P2 overall was just GT3s only, which is a great result for them.
Yeah.
Had a look at their times. I don't think anyone in that team got close to an 8:11.
Slow car ahead. Car stops on the right. Go left.
Panic for a little bit of a second there. It's like, what button is it that goes forward to the next car? But yeah, managed to get through without issue. That's all good. Yeah, it's this circuit's very much about keeping out of trouble. So like, even P1, so they started in P50, and their times aren't great. The fastest lap time that anyone's done is an 8:11, I think. Yeah, 8:11.7 is the quickest lap time. Otherwise, most people are like 14s, 17s, 18s, 20s, a couple of 13s. There's a 12 in there, like during the night and stuff. They've just managed to keep the car like pretty clean and out of the pits and not had really any issues. That's allowed them to get basically up into P1, and they are, yeah, a lap ahead of anyone else.
Yeah, that's the thing that pissed me off with all my accidents, is just costing us time.
Yeah.
Mind you, Devin got punted by P3 on his in-lap.
You put that in Discord, didn't you? Or at least you mentioned it.
Yeah, I mentioned it before my stint, and then I had a 11.5 minute repair after my spin.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate. It sounds like was it through that right-hander before getting onto the back straight?
Yeah, Devin just went a little bit slower than most people would.
Yeah.
P3 used 3.3k iRacing driver, didn't anticipate that, and it's just collected him. Put him in the wall.
Sounds about right.
And I was like, can't I do way into the fucking straight? You should know that the best overtake opportunity is a straight.
Yeah. It's always a case of trying to expect the unexpected and expect people to be slower. Like, just be prepared to go on the brakes. And then, yeah, as you say, you've got a huge, massive, great big fuck off straight on the waiting for you afterwards. It's just always best to be patient. What were we saying? Yeah, so 8 seconds faster, we'd have to drive another 55 laps to catch up 1 lap. Yeah, that's the one of the downsides of this track. Does Project Cars 3 or 2 for that matter have rollback netcode? Prediction is one thing, but rollback by a few frames or tens of milliseconds is a good alternative, unless prediction is rollback with a buffer. It's a bit of both. So you'll see in high ping, the car accelerates. So I imagine like this hand is your actual car, this hand is like the prediction of the car. When a car accelerates, what you'll find is you'll get this gap, and then that will bounce back up and kind of do that sort of motion.
At the same time, again, as mentioned before, Devin wasn't overly confident during the night.
They're going to let you go, by the way.
Cool. He did his best to be predictable, which is good. But there were a few nervous moments, and I was like, oh god.
Yeah. I think a bit more practice and would have had that sorted. So as you were saying, it is mainly about confidence, knowing the circuit, knowing where you are, especially in the night when you can only see like 200 meters in front of you.
Two laps to go.
Copy, copy. Yeah, so you get that sort of effect. So it is kind of a mixture between prediction and rollback. Like every now and then, you get a new set of updated packets of data being sent to, like, between the two, and they resynchronize again. So it's in effect rollback in a way. So yeah, very, very similar. Netcode being the all-encompassing term used for what you experience online may be wrong. I was actually referring to the prevalence of DQs in both titles. Disconnects. That...
We said lap 137 was what car number 40 was on, didn't we?
Yes.
Okay, then we're just passing for position.
Yeah, it'll be this lap, I think.
Well, no, it'd be already, because they're past the finish line.
They're
In
still
their box.
classed as ahead of us, so they might actually be 138.
Yeah. It will probably update when I go over the finish line.
Yeah.
Because what I've found is that we've passed cars and we are theoretically ahead of them, but because the pit boxes are after the start finish line, it won't update.
Yes.
So what I found is that you find the lap that they're on, you know, if they were to come out of the pits and do a full lap, that would be the lap they do.
Yep.
And then look at where we'd have to be on track to be ahead of them.
But yeah, we should now be officially ahead.
And I've also taken 45 seconds out of P26 in those last 3 laps alone.
You shooting? Alright, be right back a second.
Cool, cool.
Car right. Clear on the right.
Thanks, Darwin.
Oh, he is back. Ah. Right, where were we? We were talking about disconnects.
Sorry, I was chewing food and had my microphone in a different position.
That's right. Alright, I was just saying, bye to Alice as she was shooting off. Spend some time with her family.
Oh, you didn't say bye to her for me, did you? How sad.
Ah.
I'm only kidding.
But yeah, we're talking about disconnects. Generally, I find iRacing to actually be really good. I remember it tried R-Factor 2 online, so I don't know what it's actually like there, but as it's a Izzy engine thing, Project Cars 1 shared a fair amount of Izzy code, so yeah, I can see. Welcome back. I can see a lot of similar issues there that we had with Project Cars 1 disconnects. Project Cars 2 had a lot, but we had changed a lot more of the code to eliminate a lot of the Izzy stuff, the old Izzy engine. Funnily enough, the issues in Project Cars 2 that we generally used to have with a lot of the disconnects actually got fixed in Project Cars 3. We found the issue that was causing that. So again, that's another thing that a lot of Project Cars players didn't get to experience. So a lot of them didn't really play Project Cars 3. So yeah, I tend to find iRacing being pretty stable. I've not had a disconnect personally in quite a long time. Usually, it's something to do with the user. No, Devin, we haven't had a disconnect. We're just talking about disconnections in games, like online code and games development, that sort of stuff. We're all good. But yeah, I find that iRacing seems to be pretty good. ACC for me is good for the most part. The thing that annoys me a little bit is the warping that you get. I tend to get it when I'm streaming. If I'm not streaming, it's fine. 95% of the time, but I do experience it quite a bit more when I'm streaming. Obviously, there's a lot more data transfer there going on, uploading to the stream and whatnot. So that affects the
16.9 minutes left, 1.19 laps. Boxing end of this lap.
You can go for one more. No, you can't. Sorry, I'm talking out my arse. You're fine. Box this lap.
You're fired from crew chief.
I got fired earlier. That was me putting my head back in through the door and you're just going, nope, get out, you're fired.
So you're doing a J.K. Simmons voice now.
You're fired. Yeah.
I will actually grab a soundbite of that and put it on my soundboard.
No fighting games have been largely adopted rollback netcode, and it works well. It needs more cohesive gameplay and tight frame input timings for your combos. Yeah, that makes sense with fighting games. There was
There's two that I can use. There's one from the Spider-Man movies with... Who was it that directed it? I don't remember. And then there's a Portal 2 Cave Johnson one I could use.
Get them in. After the race, obviously.
Right side. Clear on the right.
I was just about to say, permission to pass.
Yeah, I was like, why is it going so wide? Ah, just let me through.
Yeah. Yeah, fighting games is interesting. The lead designer on the unreleased Project Cars title was actually quite big into Street Fighter and made quite a lot of references to Street Fighter throughout the the development and then design discussions. So much so we could have had a jar off to the side and made it like every time that he mentions Street Fighter, chuck in a pound or a fiver or whatever, and we would have had quite a substantial amount of money.
Card number 18 is once again towing.
Ouch. Anyway, have a look to see what they did. But yeah, that makes sense. Fighting games. I remember winning a 4-hour VLN Artifact 2 a few years ago. So Rebel Wing. We built a car for rain. Finished 2 laps ahead of second in GTs. Kept it clean, and we were faster in the rain. Helps checking weather predictions for 2 days before the race. Yes, certainly does. Weather predictions helps an awful lot. And that was really unfortunate. But that is also what happens when you touch this inside curve as you go over this jump. Ah. So we touched the curve going through Flat Scarton 2. So you know where... do you know Flat Scarton 2?
Nope.
So you know where Flat Scarton is? The little jump
The one
on the
where
double
we always
right-hander?
get it. Yep.
Yep. So you go through the double right, and then you go through the left, and then it drops down massively again. That's Flat Scarton 2.
Distracted.
Sorry, that's probably me. Well saved.
Oh, good.
Yeah, so that's Flat
Just
Scarton 2.
Point it out to me when I get there. That would actually be more useful.
Will do. But yeah, you touched the inside curve on that. And that put him into a spin. And yeah, exactly as Door's saying, disconnects if individual, largely client side. Not really the game's fault at that point. There's many other scenarios and reasons though. Obviously if an entire lobby goes down, then the game or host might be to blame, or perhaps DDoS type stuff that he suffered there a bit. Yeah. So one of the downsides to having peer-to-peer that we had in the Project Cars games was that if a driver disconnects, there's a chance that other drivers would go as well. The idea of this of peer-to-peer is obviously all the data kind of gets shared around between all the players on the network, almost a bit like a spider's web, effectively. So all the data's like bouncing around back and forth between everyone, and you're getting data through other people rather than saying like having like a server in the middle and then all the players kind of connecting to it. But it means that where everyone's kind of interconnected to each other, if someone disconnects, then that's basically a communication channel or some lines in the overall network that will be broken and disappear. And if the system and the data doesn't get to other players who are relying on those lines quick enough, it means that one player can end up pulling out a couple of other players at the same time, which is what we're experiencing with Project Cars 2. It has its perks, but it also has its flaws, and that was one of the flaws. But yeah, a lot of it can be down to client side. One of the funny things that we found was in AOR there was a player that thought that our AOR servers were shit, and he was always getting disconnects on our servers or in our races, and not
Alright, so that's
in
Flat Scarton
anyone else.
1 just there.
Yep. And then this is Flat Scarton 2.
Yeah, where you try and avoid sticking on the left-hand side because it gets really upset.
Yeah, so he was up on that curb, and I just spat him off 90
That's
degrees
big
left
no-no.
into the wall, and hit that one, and then bounced across the track and hit the other. Yeah, he thought the AOR servers were really shit because he...
Yeah, I definitely learnt not to go too far left.
Yep. I've also learned the hard way in the past. Yeah, I didn't like our servers. Always disconnected during the AOR League
What happens
races
when you're learning the track?
at pretty much exactly the same sort of time every Tuesday evening, and he thought it was our servers. Turns out that they had a baby, and baby would get feed from the bottle, which would go in the microwave at pretty much exactly the right sort of time that he was having a disconnect. So the races started like 8, and he was always disconnecting about like 8:15, 8:20 in the evening. So I can't remember what it was.
And in we come.
Someone, can't remember whether it was one of the admins suggested it or something like that, but obviously he said like don't use any other electronic equipment during the thing, and turns out that microwaving the baby's bottle was causing interference between the Wi-Fi network between the router modem and their PC. That was then causing the disconnect, and by doing the microwaving of the baby's bottle before said league race, disconnect issue went away and you didn't have it again. So yeah, there could be stuff in your house that is causing issues, especially if you've got things like microwaves or toasters and other stuff between your internet source and your PC. Green, I work in the ISP industry. Yeah, electrical interference making its way on the copper line and causing broadband to drop partially or entirely. Yeah, that's pretty much exactly what was happening. Pardon me. Guys, we're good that last stint. Yeah, I've not actually played Project Cars 2 in quite a long time. And I have a bit of a love-hate relationship with Ultimate Ballista 2. In the sense that I really, really want to like it.
Tire whisperer.
Alright. In the sense that I want to like it because I really like Project Cars 2, but
I'm
it
being
does
sarcastic, don't actually do that.
feel a little bit dated now, and there's a lot of Project Cars 2 and Ultimate Ballista 2. It's reducing build after build, but a lot of the menus and game modes function in pretty much exactly the same way. They've obviously added some features and tweaked a few bits. You've got a bit of time here. But yeah, there's still a lot of Project Cars 2 in it. Microwave is common, or anything with PSU stepping down.
Is there any damage on the
40
rear wing?
volts to any laser. Yeah, there's a little bit.
Yeah, cool. The rear just feels a little bit slidey, a little bit loose.
It's probably also heating the tyres as well.
Yeah,
You'll
true.
have cold core temperature and quite hot surface.
Yeah, it's going to take it easy and mitigate the damage.
Should never use Wi-Fi for online gaming? Yeah. Although, weirdly... So I only found this a long time ago with the Assassin's Creed games. When I was playing that online, I found that those worked better for me playing wirelessly than they did with a LAN connection. It was strange. I think it might have been to do with the IPv4 and IPv6, because I used to have to switch between the two in order to play online, or there was some firewall setting or something like that that I had to switch on the actual router settings in order to be able to play Assassin's Creed online. But I didn't have to do it for any other games. It's a bit odd.
Actually, tell you what also feels loose. I turned down my force feedback and force output.
I did that a little bit as well. Me.
Yeah. For me, it's I think force efficiency INT, whatever that is. That's one thing I turned down.
I turned
Just Fanatec
down
things.
Yeah, so these are Moza settings that I tweaked, which is road fill and another one to do with reducing oscillations in the wheel. So you probably saw it in the telemetry, the steering inputs. My lines are a lot more squiggly as the wheel is moving around a lot more with the road bumps and stuff like that. So I just tried to dial a lot of that out just so steering is generally a bit smoother, less oscillation. So whilst it wasn't too bad fighting it in practice, or like driving with it in practice, probably not great when you're trying to concentrate on a quadruple or 5-hour stint.
Yeah. Yeah, I use the Fanatec profiles that a guy. So every time there's a Fanatec update, a guy will literally post a whole lot of pre-made profiles that like syncs the LEDs to each car. So I've also borrowed that force feedback settings on there, and it's quite good. Feel more control of the car now.
Nice. I need to actually message Moza about one of their settings. So they've got an option that's meant to sync the LEDs on the wheel to iRacing, and each individual car does it automatically, but it doesn't seem to work. For me, at least, it doesn't. So I have to put in custom settings, and that's obviously a pain in the ass because ACC and iRacing's rev ranges are very, very different.
Yeah, this guy went to all the effort and did it for all the cars and just updates them on a regular basis.
That's pretty good. I think that may have been what it was doing, though. That does ring a bell. Oh, 2 hours and 12 minutes to go.
Unfortunately, the LEDs in the BMW are a bit off in the higher gears, like from second upwards. Like right now, it's showing me full reds, whereas BMW just hit the red just then.
Yeah, I get differences on mine as well. I generally tend to tune them for around 4th, 5th, 6th, because those are the ones that you get time to look at. Going through 3rd, 2nd, 3rd, and up into 4th, generally you're just popping up through the gears, and you don't really get enough time to look at the shift lights. Car's revving quickly.
You got a slow car on the right. Go left.
Back to the TV cameras. You wanted my head off. They're still going, they're quite a way ahead. Are they?
I want to see if there is some optional repairs and it's like at least 20 seconds. I'm going to have the opportunity to put on some shorts because I'm getting hot in these tracksuit pants.
Yeah. You're all into autumn now, aren't you?
Yep.
What is
Heating's
the...
on.
Heating's on.
Yeah. In the house.
man.
Listen, mate, it's 16 degrees. It's a little bit chilly.
It's not that bad. 16. It was. But yeah, I rarely drive in and then at full trackies. It's usually shorts and a t-shirt. Sometimes I do shorts and shorts, t-shirt and some tracky bottoms if it is particularly cold, but I find they get quite warm quite quick.
Yeah, these are like sport tracksuit pants. So they're not as woolen as other ones I have.
God, Gotcha.
But I am also wearing an Under Armour long sleeve compression shirt, so that's probably not helping as well.
Probably not. It seems that car 18 is back in the pits once again.
They've been there for 21 minutes apparently.
Gotta be the Flash Car 2 incident, isn't it? Yeah, it is. It's for that same incident. They haven't left.
It's about the same, because my thing's showing tow in the time they've been there.
Yeah. The warp when you're streaming is likely momentary upstream saturation. I've not seen it as much since the upgrade to the full fiber service. Prior to that, 12 million plays up, so occasionally you got warping. So you can bitrate somewhere at 5 or 6 megabytes or whatever. That's an average, and the bursting nature of video streaming in between.
That's why I like caps. It's quite informative.
Yeah, JRT's got... It's got all that information. I can have it up there if I wanted to. I just have it disabled because it just makes the overlay look cleaner for the stream.
And it's also distracting.
Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of information to read, try and digest. Yeah, Dora, it only seems to happen when I am streaming. Obviously where I'm streaming in 1440p as well. It's quite a high bit rate that I'm uploading with. Yeah. About 12, 13 kilobytes per second. 12, 13,000, sorry. Kilobytes per second is saying on OBS at the moment. So that's probably what's having an effect, because when I don't stream, I don't have those warping issues unless someone's got a high ping. But I can see, obviously you can see your own ping bar there in the relative whilst driving, and
Could be worse, could be worse labs.
always a little bit higher than the lowest best, or like most optimal ping that most people tend to have whenever I'm streaming. It's just like one tick up. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with JRT. It does its job. It doesn't look as bad as like people make it out to be. And it's pretty reliable for like fuel calculations as well. It's one of the better ones for it, from what I understand from what the geodesic team was saying a week or two ago. They were having a conversation about it on their Discord about the various different issues. Because obviously, Race Labs was the one that was having the credit card issue payments, wasn't it?
Yep.
Yeah.
The whole drama there.
Yeah. Yeah, that kind of kicking up again. Obviously sparked some conversations.
I used SDK Gaming HUD for like some in-game stuff, especially their fuel calculation, because it like sat at the top of the screen. And then I realized I could use caps for both stream and in-game as well.
Yeah. I don't remember whether they said caps was a good one or not.
Right side. Clear.
We soldier on as we're now into the final 2 hours. P24, so we gained a couple of places in the last hour or so. Good. But obviously that's at the misfortune of other drivers. They're not too far apart. Section. These guys aren't too far apart either. 20 odd seconds between the two.
Seems like P6, never mind. P6 has had a longer pit stop than usual.
They look all okay.
Yeah, probably just some minor damage.
Yeah. There's a few cars up ahead as well that are also close-ish together. And then the closest gap is probably about 15-20 seconds. Alright, I'm gonna take a look to see when. Oopsie daisy. Out of the way.
Something I was thinking about just then, it's funny how I'm pretty sure the first ever video I watched on your channel was a Gentleman's Club 2.4 hour race around here on Project Cars.
I think that's the one that most people probably saw first. That was a very, very popular video.
Yeah, it is. The one where your wheel wasn't connected at the start, you had to unplug and replug it.
Yep. That was fun. Good old Project Cars things.
Changing your pit strategy, coming in the pits, and half your tyres are wet and half your tyres are dries. Also 4 laps to go.
Look at that. How are you feeling?
Well, a little bit. How do I describe this? A little bit of soreness in the gluteus maximus. Nothing too major just yet.
Cool. You happy doing to the flag?
I mean, I was also thinking that since it is your team, you did a final stint, which is like the last 30 or so minutes.
I started. I don't mind. I'm happy for you to do it.
We'll see how we go. I'll let you know.
Okay. Yeah, door. Unfortunately, so the way that that timing tower there works is effectively all the data is gathered for.
Next pit stop, I'll quickly change into a more breathable shirt and more breathable shorts.
Okay. Yeah, basically the software that produces that timing tower that's there, when I jumped into the server, was set to class position rather than overall position. And even though that it's all GT3 cars, here in this split in this race. All the BMWs are under the GT3 class, but all the Porsches and Mercedes AMGs are under NEC GT3 23 class. The WordA program at the beginning was set to just class position. It's only showing the positions of the BMWs. I have since changed it, but I think it requires me to leave the sim and come back in, maybe even restart the program as well, in order for it to actually correct itself and show all the positions. So the gaps that you see there are going to be the gaps in the positions are going to be occupied by Porsches and Mercedes. It's a little bit of a pain because, yeah, as you say, you can't see the gap to P23, but they are 3 laps up the road anyway. You can see there on that standings, 12 laps lead off the leader, whereas we're 15 laps off the leader. So it's something that I need to keep in mind for the next one. I think for the next one I might just pop it to have both the overall position but also the class position on there as well. I think it depends on the type of race, whether it's proper multi-class or not. So if we were in a higher split, this would have been a multi-class race. We've got GT3 cars. There's the Porsche Carrera Cup, the 992. There is GT4 and also TCR, and also the Toyota GR as well. Can't remember which GR it is off the top of my head. It's not the Yaris. But, yeah, there's basically multiple classes to choose from, but where we're in a lower split, it's only GT3 cars. And yeah, it's third-party stuff, I think. Which has actually held up rather well. I think it might be the GR86. It rings a bell. I just had a proper, like, massive brain fart trying to remember what it was. That was a bit close there on the exit curve.
Car ahead, position-wise, has had a tow.
B23.
Yep.
I see them in the pits. I'm going to have a look now. Yeah. Coming off the first Nordschleife section, going up, you know, coming out of the right left, going up towards We go onto the straight towards floodplats. Caught the grass
Yep.
on the outside there. Spun and hit the wall on the left.
Ouch. Suspension damage.
Yep.
I have a battle on our hands then.
Damage didn't look that bad initially. Steering was off by about 35 degrees. But they could not turn right. Or like, it was really difficult for them to turn right.
Yeah, it's going to be lengthy.
Yep. And as they were quite away from the end of the lap, there's going to be quite a long tow as well. This could be a potential position, as you said. Oh. Could have a P23 on our hands.
Car stop ahead. Go right.
What happened here? Too much. They did the
There's
same
really good
thing.
awareness back there from the number 11 BMW. Sorry, P11 BMW. We spun on the outside of the chicane and reversed back to make sure no one would hit him.
Yeah. Saw that.
I actually looked down at my relative right as I got the caution alert. I'm like,
Yeah.
alright, where is he?
Yeah, I was trying to jump to him as well. Give you information, but I got to him literally as you were driving past. Thanks very much, Dor. Thanks for tuning in, mate. And I shall catch you later. Cheers for the support.
I think we're in P23 now because my caps are showing that car number 405, who's ahead of us, went in the pits at lap 144. Or maybe not actually, maybe they're on lap 145.
They were 145.
Yeah, cool, so we next lap. I've also got 2 laps of fuel left.
Sorry, 146. They're on. They completed 145.
Cool.
Cool indeed. Track is 35 degrees.
For you guys in the UK, that's a heat wave. For us, that's just a standard Australian summer day.
Yep. What sort of temps does it typically get up to? For you and us?
It hit
Melbourne.
39 in summer. In Melbourne.
Is that the normal expected?
That's
Or just
normal. So that's,
recent years?
that's at the top end. Sort of 40 is the hot. 40, 42 is the hottest you get. If you go further north from Melbourne, you get 40s quite often. So like suburban Melbourne will quite often 40 will be like the top peak in summer.
Yeah.
30s are not uncommon.
See. So usually it's low to mid 30s, I think. High 30s is kind of only really what we've been getting recent years with heat waves and extreme weather.
I mean, you get the high 30s in 2013 when I was over there.
Yeah, but we don't get many days in high 30s.
Australia is one of those countries where if the animals don't kill you, the weather will. And if the weather won't kill you, the people will. I mean, that's just Bogans in general. Sort of.
Yeah.
What's happening here with the Merc? Which way are we going? Which way are we going? Which way are we going? Ah, there we go.
Okay. Oh, thank you. P23 is just rolling down pit lane now, leaving pits.
Copy.
Their car is probably the straightest looking car that I have seen on the grid at the moment. So this one's looking pretty straight.
Or because the Porsche doesn't get that front end damage at flat scudding like every other BMW does.
Yeah. See, the front of this Merc is a bit mangled, but a bit bent.
Alright, I've got 1.2 laps of fuel left, so this will be my final lap. Or final lap of this stint.
Copy that. Oh. Attrition is quite high for this split. There's only 27 cars running.
Someone was telling me that in top split, every single class, only the top 7 are still running. And that was like
Sounds
4
about
hours ago.
A lot of them probably, those who crash within like the first couple of hours will quit and go for the 4 PM
Yep.
slot. It's the downside of having multiple slots. People don't really care. They'll kind of send it in like the first hour or so, and just be like, if they crash, if they screw up, they'll just do the next one. Go again and be more cautious than that.
The leader's pitting now.
I quite like how the first time slot is actually earlier than it used to be. Pretty sure it used to be 11 AM start for us in winter, whereas now it's 8 AM. Well, 10, 11.
That's strange. I guess
This works out well. You
get the whole of Sunday.
correct.
Right, be right back a short moment. I'm going to go grab some food. This is very much lunchtime here.
Sounds good.
Now it's hungry.
Of course you are.
Get some food in my belly. Be right back.
No worries. Alright, so York is not here, so I can technically get away with doing this. If you're watching York's stream, first of all, hope you're enjoying it. Thanks so much for being here, very much appreciated for the inaugural running of Yorksports Racing. I don't know why I took so long to say that, considering the name is right there in front of me. If you're interested in watching the POV of this mad Australian guy driving around for another 80 minutes, head on over to twitch.tv/Woody5728. Hashtag shameless self-promo plug.
You nicking my viewers?
Honestly, I actually was going to say, don't leave Yorkie's stream. Here's the important one.
Come back and you're doing a shameless plug.
You will allow it on your Discord, mate.
I know, it's fine.
Should have put a YouTube logo with your name on it and a Twitch logo with my name on it.
Yeah.
57 seconds of optional pairs. I'm going to take it and put on some cooler clothing.
Cool, go for it. Good old Diet Coke. That's still going, as are they.
Left leg's starting to get a little bit sore.
Ooh. Spinner, where's... It's right at the end of the lap. What happened here? Ah, way too late. Oh wow, they were lucky. That's where they should be braking. Oh, they got so lucky avoiding the wall there. And then they had all the time in the world to turn around. Close, but alright for that. Right, Woody's back on track. Easy does it.
I know, I just saw myself off.
Sorry. Just caught the mic a little bit there. So I just noticed. For the first time in a long time, seems like there's some actual dirt build-up starting to happen around the track. I know there's marbles. They've been around for God knows how many years. But the actual dynamic track stuff in iRacing's been broken for a while. But it seems like it's maybe working again?
Now you point it out, I do see it as well. I would never have noticed until you pointed that out.
Yeah, there's just a bit more like brown build up on the offline areas, especially on the outside of the corners.
Now I see it more on the grass sections, but not so much on the actual track.
But yeah, that's not been working for a while. Pardon me.
Sounds like iRacing.
Yeah, well they've got a couple of ex-SMS devs there now. They've had they got Mike Lasky, who was very good technical programmer, who'd been there for a long time at Slightly Mad. He's gone in as technical director at iRacing, and they have Steve Dunn, who is the wizard and magician that did the whole live track system. He's gone in there as well.
I did hear you mention the technical director's aspect, so I knew one really big guy who was really good at his job went across. And here's a real question. When comes the rain?
That I don't know.
Yeah, no one knows.
There are rumours going around that it's going to be not Q4 this year. That is the rumour, but it's, I think, a little bit ambitious. I think some people are expecting it not this year.
Yeah, rumors are rumors until officially confirmed.
Yeah.
Just like GTA 6.
Yep. They're gonna need to sort frame rate issues and stuff first for the rain. I think that's gonna be the big hit. So with Mike going in, I actually have quite a bit more faith.
I'm actually getting really good frame rate right now. It's like a really solid 90 FPS all the way around. And the RNG bars aren't too far to the right.
Yeah, mine's fluctuating between like 120 and about 105 on the Nordschleife at 8. But when it comes to like the pit area, it drops down to about 80, 85. It's just pretty much every graphical update that iRacing's brought in the past has come with quite bad frame rates, or like frame rate hits.
No, getting 85 in the pits, but I've also turned in graphics to like almost a bare minimum.
Yeah, I saw that on your stream, that you had like no pit building.
Yep.
Stand stop. Achtung, Sim Racing. Is this just a standard stop? Looks like it.
Lead is towing.
Oh, it's a big one.
Yikes.
That's it's not too horrendous. It's quite bad, but it's not too horrendous. They basically did what you did, going through that very fast left-hander. Trading quotes?
The real question is, were they changing the radio channel stuff?
I don't think so.
Yeah, no one would.
Just you. But yeah, they hit that outside wall, then like skirted along the grass, across the track, into the gravel, hit the wall on the other side. Basically they've hit all four corners of the car. The wall. So it's going to be suspension damage all round, but I'll probably drop to what? Probably P3, P4.
Yeah, I'm thinking probably 5th is around about the lowest I'll go to.
Yeah. That's a shame for them because they put like near enough, not a single foot wrong, and I got just over an hour left.
In terms of fuel, Caps is saying 54.32 to make it on time. iRacing says 73.4 with a 1 lap margin. Sorry, 67. Okay, 73 litres left.
Happy. Change for leads is about to happen in a second. Pardon me. There is now a new race leader.
I'm curious to know how many leaders of people, how many people have been leading the race.
How many what, sorry?
I'd be curious to know how many different leaders there were during the race. You know, how many lead changes.
Ah, yeah. Last hour.
Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da.
Right side. Clear.
What's your Twitter handle?
Twitter handle?
Yeah.
Woody5728.
You're in the car to the end, by the way.
Yeah, cool. Actually feeling alright. Body's getting accustomed to it.
Good. Hey, touch it. I'm making that executive decision. You're doing it. You're doing 3.5 hours. Hard.
You say that and I almost fucking lose their foot's guarded. 2.
Yeah, don't be doing that. Keep going smooth. Just keep going
Oh
smooth.
boy.
Very good. Ah, there hasn't been a lead change yet.
Fair enough.
They've still got... It'll be the end of this lap. P2 that they overtake him. And then P3's got another lap.
Fair enough.
How's it, Jed?
So what was that?
JRT is showing that HSR team number 98 are actually now in P2. It's the number 61 car of Team Oblivion Racing that's now in P1. But the lap count doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it's all because, as I mentioned before, people's cars are in the pits after they've crossed the start-finish line.
Yeah.
So if you were to look at what lap number both cars are on, so I believe it's lap 163
Yep.
for Team 98, so 164 maybe, 163 done. If the number 61 car has the same number as HSR, and they're ahead on track, then they're a bit later. I know it's confusing and stuff like that.
Yeah, so they're now both on 164 in iRacing. They're now both on 163 in JRT. So now
Yeah.
the lead has now changed. It happened just as you were explaining it. But still,
Yeah.
it's
Because just like in cricket, laps and overs is plural. It's the amount done. Lap or over is what is happening now in the present.
yep.
Many times I had to explain to people the difference between over and overs as a cricket scorer. Oh, what over is this? It says 63. Yeah, that's 63 overs bowled. This is the 64th over. Also, did you hear about Jimmy Broadbent's team?
No.
Apparently, according to one of the viewers in my chat, they DQ'd after unrepairable phantom damage after like 6 hours.
Okay.
Which sounds about right for iRacing, to be honest.
Yeah. I'll after the race is done, I'll chuck a couple of clips that have been shared around on the Geodesic Discord. There's some fun ones in there. The Toyota
They were the
GR86
They were-
driving down through Foxhole, and as it's coming up the hill towards the left-handed curve that you absolutely smash, the car's just driving along, and all of a sudden it flips up into the air, like no real reason. Or it
those are the ones you
bounces up.
those are the ones you were
first,
watching
then
on
flips.
stream before, weren't you?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, Devon was in the car at the time, wasn't he?
Yeah, that was the Woody is pissed off at himself moment. It's good that I've calmed down and I'm not as strung out as I was saying before. I was recounting how the race has gone to that same viewer, and how when I got in the car after that big damage, I was strung out and was pushing hard. That's what caused that last spin.
Yeah.
I'm still annoyed about the fact that that stuff has happened, and as you mentioned, I'm down because I haven't performed as well as I wanted to. Especially with all the practice I put in.
Yeah, it happens. For me, the main thing that got me my iRating going up is reducing risk as much as possible and just focusing on being consistent rather than like outright pace. I think I've done that so hard now to slightly to my own detriment in that I never qualify as well as I should. Like my outright pace isn't as quick as others, but because I've worked on consistency and minimizing mistakes so much for racecraft, and generally my races go so much better that I always go forward.
Yeah, similar comment was said about me in the Jandal Racing League back in Season 6 at Laguna Seca. They're looking at predicting who was going to be top 3, and one of the guys have me as a dark horse to come P3 because I got such good race pace compared to outright quality pace. I think it was like qualified 15th, finished 4th.
That's about right. The thing is, I struggle to find ways to actually like work on quali pace. I guess like other than doing like quali runs, I can't think of any other ways to improve outright pace. Whereas working on consistency is a lot harder. It's just, you drive to 80, 85, 90%. Just try and be smooth, don't make any mistakes. Do that lap on
Exactly.
lap. Guess it's just being a bit more comfortable to push at the very limit. Keep the car there, rather than just under it.
I'm sure if you politely ask Max Benecki, he'll give you some tips.
Yeah, I think it's mostly just like driving technique. It's one of the good things about the telemetry sessions that the Geo guys do. They're all so fast and consistent. Generally I tend to find like say within half a second of each other driving around, and we can do that fairly consistently, but because we're so consistent you can just go straight into the telemetry data and the answer is there, like lying right in front of you. You can see that like they're dragging and trail braking just a little bit more to get the car rotated, therefore they're getting slightly earlier on power, or they're doing slightly less steering, or like their minimum speed is like 5 kph quicker at the apex sort of thing, and I'm just overslowing the car. And it's just like in a corner or two where you can just find an extra 10 to 2 tenths, and that makes all the difference.
Yeah, the same viewer, it's called Crashnik, by the way. He goes, I guess also that people usually just hot lap, but once they're in a pack, they fall because they can't actually race the other drivers.
Yeah. They're driving to their hot lap references rather than what they need to be driving to avoid other cars checking up Constantina effect and all that. It's what really pisses me off about like lap 1 and the first couple of corners is people expect you to be braking at your usual brake marker point or later because you're going at a slower speed, but it just does not work like that when you've got a massive pack of cars.
The P1 team is out of the pits.
Copy.
22-minute, 42-second repair. The P2 is better across the line, I believe.
Yep. So P2 is now P1.
Yeah, it's updated.
Yep. They're on 165. So HSR have now gone down into P2. They're pretty much a full lap behind. Near enough. I'd say there's probably a kilometre's difference between the two of them. And then P3 is now on the same lap as P2. The new P2. They're quite a bit further ahead.
Yeah, they're 20 seconds behind me, the green Mercedes.
Yep, the one that you passed twice. Last bunch of stints. Ooh. Slightly wide there.
What lap is P23 on, by the way?
151. Just about to start 152.
Yeah, the guy in chat was asking, Crashnick was asking me about it. He goes, I wasn't catching them P23. And I was like, well, they're coming onto the back straight now, and they're a lap ahead of us. Plus, we've also got to pit again.
Yeah. You are quicker than them, so we have been closing, but they're that far ahead, but we're not going to get them unless they have a major incident.
It's pretty much away with the back end of these enduros.
Yeah. I don't think we are going to get any higher than 22. But we need P22 and P23 to have big major offs that we overtake them. I think 21 is now out of reach with the amount of time remaining. They were to have a massive crash and didn't continue. Alfonso!
Left side. Keep to the right. Clear on the left.
You sure it wasn't Alonso?
Okay, he pushed me off the track. I think you have to leave the space. All the time you have to leave the space.
Nah, it's Alfonso. And I wish the real world racing was like that, instead of this shoving off shit that they do. But then again, that is apparently the real world consensus, is that if you are on the outside in a corner, expect to be run out of room on the exit.
It's called a motor race, okay?
Oh. Trying to make the blood boil.
You a Hamilton fan?
Yep.
Fair enough. I honestly, I couldn't really care much about the shenanigans between Max and Lewis. There's pros and cons to each driver.
Yep.
I'm just like, okay, I see all the drama, and I'm just like, God, there's bigger things to worry about than this essentially bashing between both teams and drivers.
Yeah. The whole Abu Dhabi thing. You can't fault Max in any way, shape or form. He didn't do really anything wrong the entire race. His move on lap 1 was a bit questionable, the one that forced Lewis off. He did come from like 30 meters back, and yeah, he managed to keep on the track, but that was very much you've either got to completely give up the corner or we're crashing, and if we crash I win anyway.
Yeah.
Which is probably why Lewis took to the escape road that he did. To me, that was fine as long as he gave up the advantage. It's really, really hard to see from the off-board cameras whether he actually did that or not, but according to the FIA stewards, he did negate that gap and kind of reset it to what it was before. I'm going to assume that the FIA were looking at the gap prior to the entry to the braking zone. But yeah, Lewis was just in a whole other league like the entire race, and then it's not so much the fact that it played into Max's hands and the advantage at the end. To me, it's effectively match fixing, and I'm more aggrieved at the fact that some drivers were treated unfairly, like Sainz, Stroll, I think Ricciardo. They didn't have cars in front of them given the way through, and it was purely about the fight between Max and Lewis. If they waved through all the other cars, so everyone was in order, so obviously you got Lewis, then Max, then there wasn't a car between Max and Sainz, and then Stroll had a fair shot at, I think, the points as well as Ricciardo, then it would have been fine. But the fact they only let like some of the lap cars through, but not all of them, that to me is effectively like, that's match fixing. Because you're cementing the positions for certain cars on the grid. And that's the thing that really pissed me off about it.
Yeah. Like,
obviously,
Max is lucky that he got the opportunity to come into the pits before Lewis. What I also didn't like was the fact that they're like, okay, we're not going to let lap cars through, and then when a full 180 on it. That's the bit that, even though I am neither a Max or Lewis Hamilton fan, that pisses me off. It's inconsistency and not in line with the rules. You either let all the lap cars through or you don't.
Yeah, there's got to be one or the other. Can't be halfway between.
Correct.
Or what if they red flag the race? I think there would have been a fair match up, if you know what I'm trying to say?
Yep.
Yep.
That would have been fine.
Then everyone's on fresh tires, they get 2 or 3 weeks of racing, and that's it. Away you go. Best man wins.
Yeah, I reckon even if they did red flag the race, I think Max would have still won it. Because that move that he made on that final lap, he was going to make that move whether Lewis was on fresh brand new tyres or whether he was on old tyres like he was. Lewis was in a full-on lose-lose situation there, because if he tried to cover the inside, Max is just going to take the racing line, he's going to get him on exit, he's going to pass him on the straight into the next braking zone. He's won the race. If Lewis didn't cover the inside like he did, Max makes the move. He gets the position, and then Max just has to defend hard, and he wins the race exactly like he did. So I think coming out of the situation, like, Lewis had basically lost it, even if he was probably on fresh tyres. Yeah, he would have had a better chance than he did, but I think Max probably still would have won it. And though I'm a Lewis fan, I can see like how good. I recognise how good Max is. The thing that really annoys me and puts me off about Max is how much of a hypocrite he is. How he's very much do as I say, not do as I act.
Especially at Baku with George, he really put his foot into that one.
Yeah. Yeah. I know George locked up. Like, George isn't 100% innocent on it, but at the same time, Max should be trying to set a bit of an example for younger kids coming through, and he's not the best of role models. I think a lot of that comes down to his father and his upbringing. Which is unfortunate because Max is he seems like at times like quite a cool and likable guy and fairly chill. Yeah, he's very straight talking as well, which is also a fairly good character trait. And he's crazy quick, he's super talented. I want to like him, it's his hypocrisy that turns me off from liking him.
Funny how we've opened a whole entire different can of worms, and I haven't realised my last lap was an 8:14.7.
Yeah, track's not in a bad state. Alright, crew chief is back on. You're pitting this lap.
You are correct.
An 8:13.
I feel like that's better than my all-time best lap. It is. That's better than the 8:13 I did at night. 3 years as telemetry data.
Ah, yeah. You did an 8:11 earlier.
Yeah, but when we were doing practice, I did a full entire stint when I was going to drop at the car at like 4 AM in-game time. And that was an 8:13, and that's where you picked up that even though my braking was ultra smooth, my throttle usage could be better.
Yep.
And those conditions were basically the happy hour conditions. That's why it gave me the 8:11. The fact that I'm doing an 8:13, 12 hours in-game time after that one in practice shows that I've actually gotten faster.
Yeah.
Which to me
Seat
is the biggest takeaway from this game. Or from this race. Yes, it is very well known within different communities that I do have a soundboard.
Yeah, you can see that you're turning less as well. That is visibly noticeable, except for going through that last double right. You did turn in a little bit too much there, which caused you to have to go off throttle.
Which double right is that one?
Look, flats.
Ah,
Top of the hill. The very fast fifth gear.
Yep, I know where footpaths is.
Be right back a second. I'm back.
Guess who's back? Back again.
Yoki's back. Elephant.
Hey Byron, York is back. Did you know that?
I thought he never left.
I went
There's a
for
glue
Waz.
joke in there somewhere. Unfortunately, I can't make it stick.
I'm half asleep here.
I'm just sat here trying not to laugh.
I get a very critical, sorry, what's the right word to use? Very positive response from my chat for that joke I made. And I quote, "Oh, fuck off."
Yeah. Bet someone said it.
Honestly, I don't mind if you say it to me. It's perfectly fine.
Alright, books. Get in the pit lane, buddy.
It's not fucking late now, fuck's sake.
That was really good timing.
Pit box in 10.
Alrighty, new tyres, 59 litres of fuel.
3, 2, 1. Right here.
Gonna switch a little bit.
Okay.
Car behind's towed. Again.
Great line racing.
Not so straight, are they?
Oh, they had a crash up a Flugplatz. Well, it's pretty nasty.
Left side. Keep to the right. Clear on the left.
It's a shame they're not Red Bull sponsored. Might help them in that section of track.
Oh. Oh. P22's had a hardware failure. Oh no, they've been disconnected. Disconnected? Disqualified.
I mean, backwards.
They did go backwards.
Oh.
Yeah, they've been disqualified. Oh, no way in the last 20 minutes. So they come through here, and then they must have had a hardware failure because the car just keeps going straight. So I think their wheel might have disconnected. Because the pedals are still working, because they're obviously now on the brakes. Wheel comes
Looks like
back.
a wheel disconnect.
Yeah, I think it is. They go in the wrong direction and then DQ. No way.
I don't know if I should be happy or sad, because for being honest, to finish 24th in a 24-hour race on my 24th birthday is fucking great.
If only we had 24 incident points, then you could get the whole cake.
Yeah, I know.
Ah. You got 22 incident points remaining. If you didn't have the last two, you'd be on 24.
Oh well.
24 points remaining.
How many have I actually acquired this race so far? I feel like it's probably just over 24.
Retired.
How many incident points have I accumulated / acquired?
31.
What a shit driver. Get this guy off the team.
Right.
Get in my building. Pack your things. You're fired!
We might not get the place. In fact, I don't think we will. They're on 156, we're on 153. 16 minutes remaining.
It all depends on when the leader crosses the line.
Yep.
What, the car that was disqualified?
Yep.
You can still keep position.
From us, yes. He might drop down from 22nd down to 23rd. But he might just be out of reach for us.
Leader's behind me on track, so they'll cross the finish line first.
Yeah, he's 1 minute 50 behind you. Not far to go now, ladies and gents. 15 minutes. That was a bit more even. Hang on a second.
Leader's going to do 2 more laps.
Always been timing
He's
how it
able as
disappeared.
well. After this one, I think.
We might get it then. Yeah, we will get it. Just.
Remind me again what lap number they're on.
156.
Copy.
Last couple of laps.
My slight concern is if the leader doesn't cross the finish line before the time has elapsed.
Why?
Well, if
I would
he
never won't get the
crosses...
place.
Correct.
Yeah.
So if he goes slow enough to finish before the time elapses, we're going to finish that lap.
He's only 250 behind you. And they're
Yeah.
close in, so we're fine.
Cool.
They splashed and dashed at the beginning of this lap anyway, so I imagine they took the fuel they needed to go the 2 laps.
Yeah. I'm just looking at the gap they have to the car behind it, which is like 7 minutes 40.
Yeah.
And like most people were just like, just take it easy, finish the race off.
Yeah, I think it'll be a bit dangerous to be going that slow.
Just sit in pit lane for a while.
Could potentially run the risk of DQ, could you not? Is that still for too long?
Stop out of the car.
You'd still have to do the lap though. You'd probably end up crossing the line by coming into the pits.
Yeah, but before that. Like when he pitted, he probably could just sat in the pits for a bit longer.
Then, yeah. Yeah, that's too late for them to do it now. watch this Porsche. So if they crash here on this lap, then we could, and they tow, we could finish ahead of them. But that's the only way that we would finish ahead of them. They stay clean and complete this lap, they'll finish P22. So just keep an eye on them.
So the real question is, when does planning for Spa begin?
Next week.
Well, here we got Watkins first.
I'm probably unavailable.
I'm unavailable for both. In fact, I'm unavailable for all races bar maybe Bathurst 1000, but I'm unsure about that one. And then, because it's during September, and September is like birthday month in my family, so pretty much all weekends are taken up with birthdays. And then the only other one is Fuji, 8 hours at the very end in November. Otherwise, Petit Le Mans, Spa, and Watkins, I'm all busy for. It doesn't mean we can't run a team, it's just I won't be able to race myself.
Yeah, it's fair.
I'll be able to do liveries for whichever. Spa might be a little bit more difficult because I'm away for the week leading up to it, but I'm around until the Friday before Watkins.
When is
Where are you
Spa
getting away
for? Is it June?
July.
July.
Watkins in June, Spa in July.
Yes, white flag.
Cars rejoin the circuit. You're all clear.
10-4.
And you heard P1, right? They're on their final lap now.
Yep, I had the white flag thing.
Yep, that was them.
So I'm guessing the reason why you can't do Spa is because you're away that weekend.
Yeah, I'm in Budapest, the F1.
Aren't you lucky? Enjoy it.
That's a good enough excuse.
Yep. Taking Alice to a first F1 race.
Oh, nice.
Hey.
Yeah, it'll be good. And Budapest is a pretty cool city as well. I've been there twice, but I'm not actually properly started, like done sightseeing. I've been there for a music festival. And the first year we spent pretty much the entire time on the music festival island and at the festival, apart from one day when we went to the spa. And then the second time, I got to do a tiny bit of sightseeing at the end, but not anywhere near enough. So we're out there for 8 days, from the Wednesday before the race till the Thursday after the race. So it'll be good. And then yeah, we're away at Watkins as well. We're in the Cots. No, we're in Somerset with Alice's family in a nice house for a week.
Awesome. Sounds good.
Yeah, good R&R time. Oh, the Porsche's into the pits. They're doing a splash and dash. Probably didn't have the fuel to go to the end. Probably weren't expecting the extra lap. Pardon me. Yep, literally a splash of fuel. They're underway again.
Yep. Saw that as well.
We can start training. Nice as well, Devon, if you want to do it. It's only 6 hours, so it's a perfect 1 to 2 man. Be 3 hours each. You and Byron wanted to do it, you can do it, go ahead. Just let us know what car you want to do. That sort of livery. You also need to let me know what car you're running in your ACC league and what the name of the league is. And then I can sort of livery for you that one as well.
Yeah, one of the people involved with umpiring, she's into her motorsport, and she was telling me she's going away. I think she's going to Budapest as well, and maybe Monza. Can't remember.
Nice. Monza's on the list. The only thing with Monza is we'd probably have to camp, and Alice doesn't do camping. Last lap, last lap.
HSR, I know you're disappointed with the result, but you've got nothing to be ashamed of. You did absolutely phenomenal.
By the way, P1 is the team that punted Devon.
Oh, is it?
Yep. That 3.3k over driver.
What, Matt Loveridge? Or...
I believe so.
Damn.
It happens though.
Yeah, I know him. But I recognise the name. It might be a Twitch streamer, actually.
Yeah, like I said, it's a bit of both. It's a bit of him being impatient and also Devon going probably slower than most people would.
Yeah. Steady.
Yeah, just got a bit too overzealous.
Yep. Wanted us to this one last time.
Yeah.
Left side,
Flashy, flashy.
keep to the right.
Casually flushing him or drinking a Coke one-handed.
There we go. 24 hours of Nurburgring done.
Well done, guys.
Great job.
Yep, congratulations.
Check a flag. Better schedule some testing. We'll get them next time.
Big endurance, checked off the list.
Personally, for me, it's one that I haven't been able to check off, so thanks. Thanks for having us.
No problem. Guys, I managed to help you complete it.
Yeah, no, thanks.
Oh. And that was E23 in
Fuck,
the end.
that's over. Yep.
That was really unfortunate for them that they got disqualified. But hey, we'll take it.
Yeah, there's a lot of what ifs.
Yeah, for sure. Right, I'm gonna finish up the stream, so I shall be right back.
Cool.
Alright, ladies and gents. 24 hours of Nurburgring, done and dusted. What a challenge that was. And happy to get it to the end with the team. It was good fun doing it here with our debut for Yorksports Sim Racing. No doubt we'll be doing more races in the future, and we'll come out better prepared and quicker, and hopefully fighting for some better positions. I mean, achieving P23 at the end, excuse me, is an achievement in itself. Just finishing the race is an achievement in itself. Now the main thing is to get to the checkered flag. Didn't really have too many expectations coming in for any results, so happy that we've got to the end and got the 24 hours done, and hopefully it was a enjoyable watching experience for you guys, and no doubt it's been a good learning experience for us as well. So we're obviously going to take that away and prepare for the next event, and hopefully it'll be a good one. Those of you who were here earlier, you may have heard, I've got a few videos hopefully coming this week. I've got some reviews on some Moza hardware. There'll be a video taking a look at the overall rig at some point in the near future as well. And then there's a track guide, in-depth track guide for Valencia. And I've also got a stream or some videos to do with some Richard Burns' rally as well. Something new to the channel that I haven't done before, but that should be good fun. So keep an eye out for that over the next coming fortnight or so. But thank you very much for your support over the course of the last 24 hours. Thank you very much for watching and chatting here in the stream chat. If you enjoyed the streams, please give them a thumbs up, give them a like. If you're new, please consider subscribing. But otherwise, thanks very much for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day, and have a good rest of the week. Till next time, stay safe, take care,